Mtazamaji popote pale ulipo, hujambo na karibu. Leo ni siku ya Jumatatu, tarehe 24 mwezi Juni mwaka 2024. Kwa mikono miwili nakukaribisha kwenye taarifa za NTV ya Dhuhuri. Mimi naitwa Nicholas Wambua. Taarifa kamili. Baada ya tishio la utekaji nyara kwa baadhi ya Wakenya tajika hasa kwenye mitandao ya kijamii, aliyekuwa jaji mkuu Willy Mutunga na kundi la watetezi wamefika kwenye makao makuu ya upelelezi kutaka kuelezewa ni kwa nini kuna njama ya kuwakamata Wakenya. Brian Mushiri amekita kambi kule DCI atujuze kinachoendelea. Brian, karibu sana kwenye NTV ya Dhuhuri. Hebu tufahamishe kufikia sasa hawa watetezi wanasemaje kuhusiana na kutekwa nyara kwa baadhi ya Wakenya hawa?
Shukran sana ni kutoka upande wa pili wa studio. Tunakujia moja kwa moja kama ulivyosema kutoka barabara kuu ya Kiambu Road. Hapa ni nje ya makazi makuu ya afisi ama idara ya DCI ile ambayo ni ya upelelezi, na shughuli ambayo imetuleta hapa ni kwamba wanaharakati Boniface Mwangi, Hanifa na Khalid walitarajiwa ama walikuwa wanatarajiwa kufika hapa kuanzia mida ya saa 5 mchana hivi, na pia walitarajiwa pia kuungwa na aliyekuwa jaji mkuu Willy Mutunga, na tumeona tu wameweza kujifikisha hapa dakika chache zilizopita. Lakini ni kuchorea tu picha ama taswira iliyokuwepo tangu asubuhi saa 4:30 hivi, masaa ambayo tulifika hapa, ni kwamba maafisa kutoka viwango na viungo mbalimbali vya idara ya polisi walikuwa hapa. Wote walikuwa na nia moja ya kuhakikisha kwamba eneo hili limebaki salama usalmini. Hata mida saa 4:30 ambayo wakati ambao tulifika hapa tulifurushwa sisi kama waandishi wa habari, tuliambiwa kwamba tusonge. Hawakuwa wanakubali yeyote ama gari lolote kusimama hapa ama kupunguza kasi hapa. Kumbuka kwamba eneo hili la DCI lina kivukio, kwamba eneo hili wanatarajia kwamba mutapunguza kasi ndio wengine waweze kuvuka, lakini hawakuwa wanakubali maafisa hawa polisi. Hata wale ambao walikuwa wanatembea walikuwa wanalazimika kwamba ama walikuwa wanalazimishwa kupita ni wale tu ambao tulikuwa tunatarajia, ambao tu walikuwa na shughuli hapa DCI. Lakini muda wa saa 5 hivi, saa 6 hivi, kunradhi, tuliwaona Boniface Mwangi, Khalid pamoja na aliyekuwa jaji mkuu Willy Mutunga walifika hapa, na dakika chache zilizopita magari yalizuiwa kupita hapa kwa takriban dakika 20 hivi, ambayo ilileta msongamano mkubwa katika barabara hii ya Kiambu Road. Wamefika pale, walizungumza nasi kwa kiufupi, kutueleza tu yale ambayo wanatarajia kuja hapa. Na mwanaharakati Boniface Mwangi alikuwa mwenye nguvu sana, akisema kwamba wananchi wajitokeze kesho katika maandamano. Hebu tumsikize mwanaharakati Boniface Mwangi.
We're going to present ourselves to the police. We have broken any law, take us to court. But abduction and torture are illegal in this country. And what DCI is doing right now is abducting people for expressing their right to protest. We're telling people come to the streets to protest. We're saying reject the financial bill. We're taking back control of this country. The power belongs to the people. The president is an employee of the people. And the people of this country are saying, you work for us, you must listen to us. So we're saying, don't abduct us. We're presenting ourselves to the police ourselves. That's why we're here. Tunajipatiana kwa polisi, tuwaambie wache kuwa watu wetu, wanacha kupiga watu wetu. Last week on Friday they killed 2 people. But tomorrow we're back in the streets. We're asking everyone who is home, if you don't want to come to the streets, don't come to work. Kaa nyumbani, in solidarity. Because akianza kutuoppress vijana wetu sahi, we will all become slaves of the IMF and the World Bank. We cannot live in fear. Ruto, you work for us. Sura, angalia. These are people who are kidnapping people. These people are the one who are making people disappear. The president said, no more Rivayala. No more Rivayala. This is Rivayala all over again.
Have you guys read the Constitution? Have you read Article 238 of the Constitution? Has any of you read that? Because if you have, abductions are unconstitutional, right? The police are supposed to the police are supposed to comply with human rights and so forth.
Yeah.
We're not afraid of being arrested. We're not even afraid of dying for our country. We are ready for that. But the state should stop using state machinery to silence dissent. Kenyans have spoken loudly and clearly. Reject finance bill. And then the state is using state machinery to abduct people, to disappear people. And then they are telling people that we are ready to dialogue. Is that dialogue? When you are arresting people, you are throwing them into, unknown places, incommunicado. That is unconstitutional. How can you violate the constitution and then you are saying that you are ready to dialogue? That is not right.
This is not
Ni kauli ya aliyekuwa jaji mkuu Willy Mutunga pamoja na mwanaharakati Boniface Mwangi ambao dakika chache zilizopita saa 6:30 hivi walifika hapa katika makao makuu ya DCI ambapo walikuwa wanatarajiwa kufika, na wanasema kwamba wanauliza maswali magumu kwamba iweje serikali mara hii masuala haya ya kutiwa mbaroni kwa lazima ama kule kupotezwa ambao tumekuwa tukiona wanaharakati tofauti kutoka mitandao ya kijamii yamekuwa yakifanyika weekend kucha na weekend mzima. Lakini kwa sasa tunawatarajia tu ama tunawaongoja tu, wako mle ndani ya DCI wanazidi kuchunguzwa ama wanazidi kuzungumza na wale maafisa wa polisi, na tutakujia baadaye na kwa taarifa zetu za hapo saa 1 na saa 3 na maelezo zaidi. Kwa sasa kwako Nick.
Asante sana Brian Mushiri. Mtazamaji, pale ndani ya gari sauti ya mwisho ilikuwa ni ya Hussein Khalid wa Haki Afrika. Msemaji wa serikali Isaac Mwaura sasa anadai kuna watu mashirika na serikali za nje ambazo zinataka kuvuruga amani ya Kenya. Akizungumza Embu, Mwaura ameomba vijana kuweka amani. Mwaura vile vile amesema rais amekubali kufanya mazungumzo na vijana kusikiliza kilio chao, swala ambalo wengi wamekashifu mitandaoni wakisema ni unafiki, kwani hata baada ya maandamano ya wiki jana wabunge walipiga kura kupitisha mswada tatu wa fedha kwa awamu ya pili. Mwaura ametetea vikali mswada huo tata, akisema mengi ya ilikuwa na utata iliondolewa. Hata hivyo vijana wanaandamana wanasema wanataka mswada wote utupiliwe mbali.
Kwa tusemezane bila chuki. Na pia niambia majenzi wetu, waliniambia jana they are hungry and angry. Umeelewa? Wengine wanasema kwamba wataki kwenda kufanya hizo kazi ya abroad kwa sababu wako na madigrii hapa. Wataenda kuwa watchman huko juu. Nani aliambia watu kwamba zile kazi president anatafuta huko juu ni za hizo za mikono peke yake?
Tukiachana na hayo mtazamaji, kidogo tu ni kwamba familia moja kutoka kijiji cha Makuselo wadi ya NTV eneo bunge la Webuye Mashariki wanaomboleza kifo cha mwanao kwa jina Shalin Wambasi, mwanafunzi wa kidato cha kwanza katika shule ya kitaifa ya wasichana ya Lugulu. Wazazi wameelezea wanahabari nyumbani kwao kuwa mwanao alikuwa mwenye afya njema wakati aliporudi shuleni kwa mhula wa pili. Wazazi walipokea ripoti kutoka shuleni kwamba Shalin alikuwa anaugua na kuwa alikuwa amepelekwa kwenye hospitali ya Lugulu. Walipofika huko walipata Shalin akipokea matibabu kwenye hospitali hiyo ambapo alifariki.
Within a lifespan of 1 month, mtoto amekuwa amereduce kabisa kwa weight yake. Na pia swali langu lingine ni kwa hospitali ya Lugulu Mission. Huyu mtoto walikuwa wanasema kwamba hana ugonjwa yote. So my question is, what were they treating?
This is a girl who has never had any history of sickness. When we took the deceased for postmortem, the report is not showing us the cause of the death.
That child didn't get ill just one day. We are not happy. We are hurt. We are mourning. We want justice for Shalin. We want justice for Shalin.
Turejelee swala la mswada wa fedha mwaka huu mtazamaji, ambapo maandamano dhidi ya mbunge wa Nyali Mohamed Ali yamefanyika leo. Waandamanaji wakifurika katika majengo ya ofisi yake kuashiria ghadhabu yao ya mswada wa fedha wa mwaka wa 2024. Wakazi hao wa Mombasa hata hivyo wamemtaka Ali kupinga mswada huo hapo kesho kwa kutopiga kura, huku pia wakitoa wito kwa wakazi wote wa Mombasa kujitokeza kwa maandamano babu kubwa kesho Jumanne. Kevin Mutai na maelezo ya kina.
Msafara huu wa waandamanaji ulianza maeneo ya Kongoya na moja kwa moja walifululiza hadi ofisi yake mbunge wa Nyali Mohamed Ali. Hapa waliendelea na semi zao za kupinga vikali mswada wa fedha uliopendekezwa na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Wanasema wataelekeza macho yao kwa mbunge wa eneo hilo wakimtaka atupilie mbali mswada huo.
We are sending Moha tomorrow as the resident and people of Nyali sub-county for him to go reject. It is our voice, not his voice. We are the one who sent him there. We want him to represent us, not the other way around. Moha, we are sending you as people of Nyali. Go vote no. We are not discussing.
Waandamanaji hawa wanahisi kwamba sauti zao hazitiliwi maanani wakishikilia azma ya kumshinikiza mbunge wao kuwakilisha vilivyo bungeni.
We will be watching you to see where you will cast your ballot, either with the people or with the oppressors. You are either with the people or with the oppressors. People power. Usikubali akili ndogo itawale akili kubwa. Wewe ni akili kubwa, tunakujua. Usiwe muoga, wewe ni simba. Wewe bado ni simba wetu wa Nyali. Tuwakilishe.
Huku wakimtaka Rais William Ruto kuangazia gharama ya juu ya maisha na sio kuongeza ushuru kwa Wakenya wanaopambana na hali ngumu ya maisha.
Serikali jamani, mtusikie kilio cha sisi. Pia sisi ni wananchi, tunawaomba
ushuru ushuke chini, hatuna pesa rais, tunakuomba.
Wanatishia kushiriki maandamano ya kukata na shoka kuanzia Jumanne iwapo mswada huo utapitishwa.
Tunataka kuona madera, tunataka kuona mabuibui, tunataka kuona makanzu. Tokelezeni mkwe na sisi, wacheni uoga. Mkikuwa na uoga hakuna kitu itaendelea. Kujeni pembe za ndovu kesho. Tomorrow is total shutdown.
Maafisa wa polisi walishika doria wakiwapa waandamanaji nafasi ya kuelezea malalamishi yao. Kevin Mutai, NTV, County Mombasa.
Na mtazamaji, huku siasa za mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024 zikishika kasi, kanisa limetoa kauli yake na kutoa wito kwa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kuwapa sikio wanaopinga mswada huu, huku akitaka serikali kutoa msimamo wao kuhusiana na ukatili wa maafisa wa polisi. Huku hayo yakijiri ni kwamba baadhi ya wanasiasa wameendelea kuunga mkono mswada huu licha ya maandamano yanayoshuhudiwa kote nchini.
Heka za mswada wa fedha mwaka 2024-25 zinaendelea kushuhudiwa katika maeneo mengi nchini tangu wiki iliyopita. Na huku kila mmoja akiwa mbioni kutangaza msimamo wake, Baraza Kuu la Makanisa nchini limetoa kauli yake na kuitaka serikali na wabunge kumakinikia swala hilo. Kulingana na kanisa, mswada huu utaongezea mzigo zaidi kwa Wakenya na haswa maskini.
So what we are trying to tell the government, please listen to the citizens.
Pengineko katika kaunti ya Kilifi, Askofu Ruben Katiti ameikashifu serikali kwa kuwalaghai wa Kenya, huku akiwalaumu kwa maandamano na ushuhudiwa kote nchini. Wakazi nao wameghadhabishwa na hatua ya polisi ya kuwashambulia waandamanaji.
Hawakusikiza maoni ambayo wananchi waliweza kuyasema, jambo ambalo lilichangia vijana wetu kuweza kuingia mitaani katika town zetu, na jambo la kusikitisha zaidi ni kwamba hawakuwa wanafanya fujo yoyote, waliweza kutawanywa kwa njia ya nguvu, na tunalaani kitendo hiki.
Tunakupenda sana mtukufu rais, lakini kwa hili unagandamiza wamama, unagandamiza vijana, hata wababa pia.
Na mbunge wa Mbeere Kusini ameonyesha kuunga mkono mswada huo, kwa kidai utaleta maendeleo kwa jamii zilizotengwa na kuwataka wazazi wa Gen Z kuwafunga kamba.
Kini sisi tukiwa watu wa Mbeere South, hii ndio mzuri sana kuliko zote, kwa sababu ile shida tumekuwa nayo ya maji, kila wakati tukija kuomba kura tunasema tupewe maji. Hii budget imetupea maji.
Zaidi kutilia chumvi kwenye kidonda, mbunge wa Juja George Koimburi anadai kwamba walioupigia kuunga mkono mswada huo kwenye bunge wiki jana walihongwa kwa kiasi cha shilingi milioni 2, huku akiwashutumu maafisa wa polisi kwa ukatili wao.
Tumesema ya kwamba we must reject finance bill on Tuesday, third reading.
Maandamano kupinga mswada huo yanatarajiwa kuanza tena hapo kesho kote nchini. Mariana Muli, NTV.
Na mtazamaji, baada ya taarifa hiyo ya Kemariana, naomba tupate mapumziko mafupi. Muda si mrefu na rejea mengi zaidi zikiwemo taarifa za spoti. Usiende mbali.
Include Aaron Aslop from the Australian Institute of Sports, Professor John Sproul, Edinburgh University, and Vice-Chancellor Kisii University, Professor Nathan Ogechi. Topics to be covered include sports talent development, athlete financial management, and climate change in sports. To register or book an exhibition space, visit the website or contact Anastasia on 0719 488 767 and Patrick on 0719 395 824.
Kote nchini mbele tuendelee, mbele Kenya twende mbele,
Kenya twende mbele. NCBA, go for it.
The moment I feel my pain starting to fade, it's like I'm going back to myself on a really good day.
Panadol Extra releases you from strong pain. Panadol, release starts here.
Karibu tena mtazamaji, naendelea kutazama taarifa za NTV adhuhuri. Shule ya upili ya wavulana ya Kaumoni katika kaunti ya Makueni imefungwa kwa muda usiojulikana kufuatia vurugu ya wanafunzi usiku wa kuamkia leo. Inadaiwa kwamba wanafunzi hao walikuwa wakilalamikia ukosefu wa chakula, wakisema wamekuwa wakilala njaa, adhabu kali kutoka kwa walimu, kunyimwa muda wa burudani na michezo, pamoja na kuhangaishwa na kunguni. Kevin Silo anaarifu.
Kilichoanza kama manunguniko ya wanafunzi siku ya Jumamosi usiku baada ya baadhi ya wanafunzi shuleni Kaumoni kukosa chakula kilipelekea ghasia zilizosababisha uharibifu mkubwa.
Shida kuna ni hizo facilities za shule kama maji, chakula, ndio kuna unapata sometimes maji inapotea, unabaki hivyo saa unaweza kukosa kuoga. Kama sometimes chakula inakaa kidogo, wengine mnapata nusu, wengine hawapati.
Wanafunzi hao wakifunja vioo vya madarasa yote hadi afisi ya usimamizi wa shule hiyo, pamoja na kudaiwa kutekeleza wizi wa pesa.
Nalala ni asubuhi na jioni, ndio watu unapata chakula ni kidogo. Hapo unapata mchana unapata chakula hivyo, lakini sasa upati kile mingi kama ile mtu mwingine anapata. Ikikaribia kuisha kama unapata wengine wanagawa kidogo kidogo. Kama wengine sometimes wanaambiwa imeisha, wanarudi klasi.
Wanafunzi hao wakiibua madai ya kukosa maji shuleni ya kunywa na kuoga, pamoja na kunguni ambao walikuwa wamewasumbua kwa muda. Licha ya kituo cha polisi cha Kaumoni kuwa karibu na shule hiyo, maafisa wa polisi walifika kuchelewa, huku shule hiyo ikikadiria hasara kubwa.
Sio tu iko wapi kama wanafunzi, principal anatukazia maisha sana. Hadi deputy mwenyewe anakuanga mkali, but sasa kuna mali analanga vijana. Kuna ile sekta yenye akiona mnapenda hivi anawafanyianga vile mnataka. Lazima tushide na kuanga principal.
Mwalimu mkuu wa shule hiyo Bwana William Mutua alidinda kuzungumza na wanahabari. Nikiripotia NTV kutoka kaunti ya Makueni, jina langu ni Kelvin Silu.
Kwingineko ni kwamba wahudumu wa afya wanaotumia mbinu ya kidijitali ya Smart Access watashirikiana na mfumo wa kielektroniki unaotumika na mamlaka ya ukusanyaji ushuru nchini ITIMS kusaidia serikali kuwafikia malengo ya kuimarisha huduma ya afya kikamilifu. Kulingana na wataalamu wa afya ni kwamba mbinu hiyo ya kidijitali imefikia kaunti 45 kote nchini ili kurahisisha huduma ya afya kwa Wakenya wote.
A patient who is insured with a insurance company or a direct corporate, they are able to be identified and the provider is able to tell the cover that they have using the smart solution. We have been across all the 46 counties just educating hospitals and healthcare providers on solutions that enhances their operations.
We are putting in place solutions. We have at this moment already in the process of actualizing integrations with the ITIMS system, and we are at the tail end of it, and it's going to ensure that all healthcare facilities are compliant.
Karibu michezoni. Katika kinyang'anyiro cha kutoshushwa daraja katika ligi kuu ya kandanda humu nchini, ushindi wa mabao 3-1 wa Sofapaka dhidi ya Nzoia Sugar Jumapili kwenye uwanja wa Dandora uliwapa tiketi ya kinyang'anyiro cha mchujo ambapo watamenyana na vilabu vya NSL, Naivas au Nairobi United. Ushindi wa Sofapaka dhidi ya Nzoia na Muhoroni Youth sare kutoka sare ya 1-1 na Post Rangers ina maana kwamba Muhoroni itaungana na Nzoia Sugar katika timu zilizoshushwa daraja kundadhi. Mechi ya kwanza ya mchujo itakuwa Jumamosi Julai 6 huku mkondo wa pili ukitaratibiwa Jumapili Julai 14. Wakati huo ni kwamba Shabana walikwepa kushushwa daraja katika msimu wao wa kwanza wa ligi kuu baada ya kusabaratisha Murang'a Seal bao 1-0 ugenini.
Second half, I think we played well. We played well and managed to score 2 goals, which made us win 3-1. So for us, we just want to focus again. Next week, we'll know our opponents in the playoffs, so that we start preparing for them.
Na huku ligi za soka za Kenya mwaka 2023 mwaka 2024 zikifikia tamati, washikadau wamekashifu hasara kubwa za kifedha huku wafadhili wakiendelea kukwepa soka la Kenya. Makamu mwenyekiti wa Murang'a Seals Hussein Mohamed amesema soka ya Kenya inahitaji fikra za kimkakati na miundombinu ya kuvutia na kuhifadhi mashabiki na kuleta mabadiliko ya kimfumo yanayohitajika ili kuonyesha wafadhili kwamba mchezo huo ni una manufaa kuwekeza pesa zao.
In this game, for us to be able to build football into a formidable or let's say a very successful business enterprise or sector, or build it as a sector, we require to first invest in infrastructure. We need the right infrastructure. You can see in Murang'a here at the Murang'a Seal Stadium, there's still a lot of work to be done, but this is a private initiative. Imagine if we joined forces. This is one sector that can employ hundreds of thousands of young people. So we must embrace sports. We must embrace the business of sports.
Basi mtazamaji, hiyo ndio tamati ya taarifa zetu za NTV ya dhuhuri kwa siku ya leo. Nasema ni asante sana kwa wewe pamoja na wale wote ambao wamehusika katika kuziandaa taarifa hizi. Naitwa Nicholas Wambua, panapo majaliwa tupatane siku ya kesho. Leo jioni katika taarifa za NTV jioni tutakuwa naye mwenzangu Frederick Mwitiriri. Kwa sasa kunradhi na kutakia siku njema.
This is NTV.
usiache, keep on shining.
The moment I feel my pain starting to fade, it's like I'm going back to myself on a really good day.
Panadol Extra releases you from strong pain. Panadol, release starts here.
Kikohozi cha muda wowote, kutokwa na jasho kwa wingi usiku, uchungu kwenye kifua, afya kudhoofika, tafuta matibabu. Labda ni TB ni ugonjwa wa kweli, ukipimwa matibabu yapo utapona. TB waishi poa.
Leo, what's this?
Grace Policarpio, will you marry me?
You're entering into the second trimester of your pregnancy.
You're almost 4 months pregnant? How could Leo be the father when we were together then?
But that's impossible. How was there a kidnapping when Ulysses is in prison?
If this isn't a different group, it's possible Ulysses' group is still active.
Maybe someone else is handling it. And the syndicate is still alive. And no one else is going to take this job. But Leo.
Fists of fate.
And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
Ili uweze kupata Mungu yu mwema, kama sikiza tuni yako, bonyeza *812*806#.
Skiza na Nation.
Are you ready? Kona moja mbele, ngine yende rembe. Apu tem, apu tem, apu tem, apu. Kona moja mbele, ngine yende rembe. Apu tem, apu tem, apu tem.
Washerehe tumefika.
Lete kingari ni kuseti ya kifua. Niko na dem, mwenye kona dem pia. Musa flani ekifika na wachangamkia. After scene kabaridi sezi nkatulia.
Tunakubali. Gateka. Gateka. Kila mtu.
Kashpop za Nyandarua ni mawaru.
Only on NTV.
Reach your audience instantly and make a lasting impression with Nation Sema. Affordable bulk SMS at 0.3 Kenya shillings. Own sender ID for 10,000 Kenya shillings plus 10,000 free messages. To sign up, please call 0728434979 or email us on mkibunja@ke.nationmedia.com.
This month on EdTech Mondays Kenya, we're interested in learning what is the state of EdTech in the frontier counties, what work is being done, and how far have we come.
So we don't want to confront the real issues. We want to stay in our comfort zones.
Our teachers, in the main, are digital immigrants. Our learners are, in the main, digital natives.
Learning should not be confined in the four walls of the classroom as the traditional way. Like learning should continue despite any kind of disruption.
Join us this Monday, 7:30 p.m. on NTV as we explore this exciting discussion.
NTV, turning on your world.
I wonder what difference it would make if we knew beforehand
that every one of our experiences, no matter how dark or difficult, will shape us in a way that will enable us to make unique contributions to the family of humanity. But we never know that for sure, and I certainly did not know that when I was growing up in a troubled home.
Meet Robert, a beacon for Black voices and the vast world of media. Growing up facing challenges unique to the Black experience, he became a guiding light for others in the community. Imagine a world where not every Black individual gets a chance. Robert changed that narrative. In an industry where Black voices were often sidelined, Robert pulled up more chairs for them.
Everyone's ISO should be set to 100.
Having come from a single-parent household, my mother raised my sister and I by herself. My sister is a year older than I am. Because my mother was a single working mother and had to work, a single working parent, she worked a majority of the time, so we were left unsupervised a lot, all the way through our early years, all the way up through our teen years.
Well, my mother had to leave us at home a lot. And like I say, he just had to get into stuff. She told us one time, don't let the furnace go out. He went outside to play, the furnace went out. So he came in squirting all this stuff in the stove and threw a match in there. I said, well, you can't put your head in there. He said, well, it won't come on. And he stuck his head in there and the whole thing blew up.
Being unsupervised led to a lot of problems growing up. My mother was an orphan in her childhood, so she had very little understanding of how to be a parent. And consequently, by that being the case, she made a lot of mistakes as a parent, and I had to come to grips with a lot of things that happened in my childhood, because I think my mother never got over the fact that she and my father never got together in marriage. My father had me and my sister out of wedlock. And my father was, he was not a person that was ready to settle down. So he kind of, ran around, and my mother was very angry about that and very hurt.
He had a lot of challenges of people not believe that he was going to amount to anything. He didn't really believe what people say. He had to see for himself. When he was very little, every toy he got, he had to tear it apart because he wanted to see what made it tick.
All through childhood, I had to hear about how I was no good, just like my father was no good, because I guess I looked like him. So she took a lot of that anger that she had toward my father out on me. And so I grew up with a very poor self-esteem after hearing that through my developmental stages and hearing it from someone that you look up to like a parent. I continued to act the role out that I was no good and I was never going to be any good. When I went to school, and I later found out in life that I have dyslexia, and during the time I went to DC public schools, there was no provisions made or any type of accommodations made for kids that didn't learn like everyone else. So they were already prepping kids like me for not to succeed, because they instilled in us that we could not excel in that environment. We had to look at doing something, either a trade or something with our hands. And I can remember very clearly that one of my teachers told me that because they always ask you, what you want to be when you grow up? And I always wanted to be a doctor. And my teacher would tell me, you're not smart enough to be a doctor. You definitely, need to look at something like an auto mechanic or fixed air conditioner, something like that.
Amidst the rhythmic beats of the drum corps and the backdrop of Martin Luther King's dream, Robert and his peers were crafting their identities. The drum corps, where Robert wielded his tenor drum, symbolized not just musical unity, but a collective spirit, striving for a better, more equitable world.
I was like a snare drummer. Robert was a tenor drummer, and then he played the other instruments like the tim-toms. And we really spent a lot of hours on the field, you know, practicing. And then after practicing, we hung out.
In high school, I was an athlete, and that's what kept me in school. I played football, baseball, ran track. I played music as well. I did not get into the drug scene or the fast life until I graduated from high school. I started in all the sports that I played in. I lettered in all the sports that I played in. So my goal is to play sports in college or get a scholarship. I graduated from Anacostia High School in Southeast Washington, D.C. And from there, I got a job because my goal was to get a car. And my mother got me this red GTO. She signed for me to get it, but I had to pay for it. So I had to get a job when I got out of high school.
To truly understand Robert's journey, we must step back into the tumultuous embrace of the civil rights era. In the heart of this historic struggle, individuals like former Washington Post employee June Mayo took a stand, their lives intertwining with the narrative of progress. June's family stood as a testament to resilience, carving their space in the midst of adversity.
I had friends who had problems when they were hired on jobs for the first time, and they were the first blacks in situations. But something made me later on feel that sometimes people have problems because of how they've been raised. We were raised in a white neighborhood. We were raised by people who taught us to be civil, to be comfortable about who we were, and make no mistake about who we were and what our heritage was. Knowing that my great-grandmother built the house I grew up in gave me a lot of pride, gave me a lot of feelings of being able to own who I was.
The civil rights era was a time when the echoes of change reverberated through the nation, a call for justice and equality that reached the very neighborhood where Robert was coming of age. Not too far from where Robert lived, a parallel journey unfolded. TV producer Matoka Norris grew up with very similar struggles in a community reaching for freedom amidst the social upheaval of the time.
I grew up in a very unstable area of Southeast where drive-bys were a part of my life. People being murdered were a part of my life. Domestic violence was a part of my life outside of my home. If there was nothing for me to see a drug addict on the street during the day. I had a strong mother. My mother's since passed away. But she was strong because she grew up in the South and she used to work on a farm. And she knew she didn't want to live that way. She moved to DC because she thought she'd be able to have a better life. Didn't turn out exactly the way she wanted it to. My mother had 3 children, and she was with my dad for a time, and then the 2 of them split up, so she became a single parent. I guess she thought the best way to handle our life was by education. She was a huge advocate for education because she did not receive the education that she thought she deserved when she was growing up. So she always pushed us, and I mean she pushed us. But she also took us out of the school system that was in my neighborhood. So I didn't go to the local schools. I went to Catholic school. Well, that in itself created problems because now my neighbors, the kids I grew up with, think for some reason I'm better than them because my mom can afford to send me to a Catholic school. Well, let's be clear. My mother could not afford to send us to Catholic school. And because she insisted on sending us to Catholic school, we suffered in other ways. There were times when we didn't eat. We didn't have heat in the house. We didn't have electricity. Sometimes we didn't have our water turned on.
The early 70s witnessed the relentless flooding of streets with drugs. A tidal wave of heroin, cocaine, and marijuana swept through communities, especially impacting the lives of Black individuals.
We were talking about the early 70s, mid 70s, when the Vietnam War was going on and drugs were rampant in this country. And they were flooding our communities with heroin, cocaine, marijuana.
Fueled by a determination to break free from the destructive cycle around him, Robert enlisted in the Navy. 3
friends of mine, we were standing around and wondering how we could do, what we were going to do with our lives. And one friend said, well, let's join the Navy. So I'd already been drafted, but I got deferred because I had a football injury in the Army because I did not want to go in the Army. So I went and took the test for the Navy and passed it, and the 3 of us did. We went to boot camp, and I was the only one that stayed in because it was pretty rough going. I stayed in boot camp. I was determined to stay in because I didn't want to come back to the environment I was in, but I also understood because the war was going on, I didn't want to be a part of the violence in Vietnam. So I looked around and decided what I could do in order, because I didn't want to fight on the ground. In the Navy, you were on a ship, so whatever you were involved with, and I just happened to be stationed on an aircraft carrier. So what I decided to do is that I wanted to go in photography school. I took the test to go to photography school, and I failed it. And what I did at that time, I had to figure out how I could get in photography school. I wrote my congressman at that time, who was Congressman Walter Fauntroy of D.C., and I explained to him the situation and told him that I was being discriminated against because they wouldn't let me in this photography school. Walter Fauntroy sent a note to my commanding officer on the USS Hancock and told him that he felt that I should be allowed to go to photography school. At that time, I was able to go to photography school. I was transferred to the USS Kitty Hawk in the photography lab, and that's where I learned photography.
Despite talent and passion, the doors to the media industry were often shut for aspiring Black individuals. Discrimination casts a long shadow, with bias prevailing and opportunities limited. Robert faced the formidable challenge of breaking down these barriers. Determined to carve a path for Black voices in an industry resistant to change.
If somebody tells you that there's no bias in the industry, they'd be lying. There's definitely, they've definitely made strides. Interestingly enough, I lived in Ohio before I came down here. And in Ohio, I couldn't even get my foot in the door. Down here, that's like literally from the time that I got here, I can practically work 24/7, mostly because I'm good at what I do. And I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be one of the few. There's definitely more Black engineering, in terms of audio and video engineering in this town than there is pretty much anywhere. I mean, I've worked, with a lot of different companies, and usually everybody behind the camera is white.
I would say it's been really, really trying. Most of my colleagues didn't respect a woman doing sound. It was furthermore foobarred, so to speak, because I was actually a feminine female also. So that was really, really trying. So BET was pretty open. And I started off there at BET. Like I said, I started and I was able to get on the console immediately and able to, do the newscast. I worked inside. I worked on Teen Summit. I worked on the latest show that I was doing was the Tavis Smiley show in the evening.
Robert's journey took an unexpected turn when a basketball injury in a war zone led to a medical discharge from the Navy. The seemingly unfortunate event, however, became a pivotal moment, opening doors that would otherwise have remained closed.
Having that experience, being classified as a disabled veteran, opened up opportunities for me at the time. Not only was I able to get a VA loan to go to school, but they had a program called the Voc Rehab Program where they paid for all of my education and gave me a stipend payment every month to go to school. I went to American University and I studied visual media and audio technology, which was in the physics department. It was very difficult getting through school, but I got through school. And while I was in school, I was introduced to a person that was working at WGLA. He was the executive producer there, and he took a liking to me, and he opened up some doors for me to get into WGLA Channel 7 locally here in Washington, D.C. So I went to school full-time, and I was working full-time at WGLA. And I started out as a floor manager, what they call them during those times, and I worked my way up to an engineer, a broadcast engineer.
Robert's career soared to remarkable heights as he began to make his mark on the media landscape, leaving an indelible print on networks including BET, ABC, and CNN.
I was able to get into the technical side of broadcasting. I left GLA, then I went to ABC Radio, and then from ABC Radio, I moved to Pittsburgh because my life was still in turmoil, and by this time I had a family. I had a young son and a wife, and I was still dipping and dabbing into the fast lane. And I think what turned my life around as far as getting, I guess, off drugs and not having any type of a dependency on drugs, I think was when my 4-year-old son saw me into a physical altercation over a drug deal gone bad. And I realized how that affected him. And I decided to go into rehab and got into a 12-step program. And that was like 33 years ago. And that's, I've been drug-free for 33 years. I got an opportunity to work at Black Entertainment Television. And then they brought me in as a director of audio operations. I credit that job as giving me the opportunity to learn a lot. Bob Johnson, who was one of my mentors in life, kind of took me under his wing and gave me opportunities and gave me the exposure that I think helped me to get to where I am today. I stayed at BET for 15 years. And during that time, I worked with some of the most famous people in the world in the Black entertainment and white entertainment community.
Not content with his own success, Robert began working toward breaking barriers by championing the hiring of fellow African Americans into prominent positions within these influential organizations. His commitment to diversity and inclusion reshaped the landscape of media representation.
Robert has always been about helping people. As long as I've known, he's helped everybody who I've known who followed me up through Black Entertainment Television.
But Robert, he was always really trying to get more Black people involved. He was always trying to encourage, that's would be the best word I could give, encourage Black people to learn and excel in their chosen portion of the industry.
As a supervisor, you interact with all parties in a television production. So you have the lighting, stage crews, the director, the production crews. So it goes beyond just being responsible for audio. You're actually responsible for the entire productions. And Robert did do some production management, or EIC, I should say. That also goes to mentorship because, you bring in, and we had a pretty young staff at BET. They were very talented. I think the average age back then was in and around 25 years old, so there was a good place to learn, and Robert really was very good at teaching and developing persons. Persons would come in with raw talent, but he was a polished professional, so he could teach them not only the technical aspects of the job, but also the business of television too.
Robert's groundbreaking decisions extended beyond racial boundaries. At a time when the industry resisted the presence of women, he shattered norms by hiring and directing Black women into technical positions.
Robert takes any and everybody that works for him under their wing, and he will talk to you. What I love the most is that he would talk to you on your level. So a lot of people will talk to you with a whole lot of technical jargon, and he would meet you where you were, right? And he would bring you from the basics and hand you those building blocks to get you where he needed you to be, which was awesome. Like an example of him taking me under his wing, they had this BET truck that was traveling around town, and he said, I want my intern to go. And so I went with him, and I was under him totally. I was hand in hand with him, learning, running the cables. So I was running cables under stage, micing instruments, doing everything from inside audio to outside audio. So he taught me the various jobs where audio was concerned, because there's so many different places that you can be as an audio engineer. And for that, I am thankful, because he made me well-rounded.
When it comes to the entertainment business, it does not get any bigger than Disney. And what it was we were opening a nightclub, because there was a number of other nightclubs down at Disney, and they wanted the Black experience at their nightclub. And he was the project manager. This was a construction job. So they had to renovate the facility, do all the design, all the architecture, and he coordinated all that. He was the project manager for BET, and so he met weekly with all of the key players, the general contractor, the architects, the integrators, and the Disney personnel also, and was there from start to finish to see that facility came on board. And then we did a production, and I think it was LSG. I know Gerald Levert performed. I think it was the group LSG. If you saw that initial production and you saw the reaction of one of the top Disney executives of the quality of the show and what it brought in terms of delivering on what they wanted, because they wanted that experience. And, you know, they, of course, Gerald Levert, you know, put on a great performance that all people can go back to the OJs and all that kind of good stuff. So Robert was really the key player for that. And that's, at BET, that was probably his biggest accomplishment. You know, he had other things that we did, but that was significant.
So from BET, I went to NBC. I went to NBC as a operations technical manager, and I oversaw the Today Show, the Nightly News Show, the Chris Matthews Show. I was responsible for all those shows from the technical standpoint. I stayed at NBC for about 4 or 5 years. After a series of interviews, I was selected as Director of Operations at CNN. I was responsible for the Washington, D.C. News Bureau, the in-studio staff, the E&G field staff, the edit and post-production staff, all reported to me. I was part of building out part of their new control rooms and studios at the Bureau here in Washington, D.C. I stayed at CNN for about 2.5 years. After CNN, I left there and went to NPR as another technical operations manager. NPR had over 150 affiliate networks around the world. I was in charge of all the technical aspects of all the shows that were produced in the Washington, D.C. network.
In the twilight of his career, Robert shifted gears, founding B-Roll Media, a nonprofit dedicated to empowering young minds with the skills and knowledge needed to navigate the media industry.
I've had a lot of opportunities. I've had a lot of experience, and I've done a lot of things. How can I pass what I have on to youth? Because I particularly think you have to be of service in some area. And I thought the best way I can be of service is to give back to the youth with not only the experiences that I've had in life, work experiences and life experiences, but also be a mentor, be of some help to guiding a young child or a person's life. So I started B-Roll Media and Arts, and B-Roll Media and Arts is a nonprofit that's based in Maryland that provides free of cost media and arts training and education to youth ages 13 to 21. Our mission is to provide these services, professional service in filmmaking, photography, audio, music recording, dance, visual arts, to youth underserved and youth with learning challenges.
I'm an artist myself. I'm not a big person to technology and media and the like that. But with Mr. Robert, he's opened doors for me and I took the opportunity. I opened up to photography. Photography is everything for me. It's another medium for me to enjoy and love as a hobby. And with B-roll, it's opened up doors that I've never seen before. And it's like I found a new community for myself.
One of the things that attracted me to teaching with B-roll and has sort of fueled my friendship with Robert is his vision around giving young people opportunities, helping them to discover pathways that maybe he didn't understand when he was young. He talks a lot about his own background in school, his academic struggles, and how, the different opportunities that he was able to take advantage of, what they meant for him. So he wants to pay it forward. And so do I, because so many people have been helpful to me in my career. I would not know nearly the number of things that I know today had I not had a lot of mentors. And so it's like more than these classes, it's sort of a mission to introduce young people to the possibilities and then to provide them with the support, with mentorship.
I don't have many experience with B-roll as much as I want to have, but soon will be. But this one opportunity was Mr. Robert took us outside of the classes that we were taking. He was like, hey, would you like to come do this event shooting for a 5K run for autism in October? And I was like, oh my gosh, that sounds new. It's out of my comfort zone because I'm not a big social person and big events and stuff like that. But I was like, sure, it's an opportunity, get out there, get some practice in shooting and whatnot. Me and my brother, we were there having fun, taking pictures, taking shots. And then I started to see how important it was to be out there, especially as a Black person, because you didn't see a lot of people of my color there. But I understood that it made me stood out. I was taking pictures, people were looking at me and they're like, wow, she really taking all her strides and going around everywhere just to see what the run was about. And it was so cool, and I met new people and I was meeting new friends, and it was a great opportunity for me. And it stood me out of my comfort zone.
Well, I would say, in a way, B-roll media is history in its present form. Because when you think about it, B-roll is just like documentation in history. When it's documented down, it's set there in stone for a long time until it's forgotten.
To have his name on your resume is a good thing. To allow him to represent you when you go forward and get your next job, to have your back is a good thing. I could mention his name and, he would always say, oh yeah, T-Rock, and he would do like, he would go, oh yeah, T-Rock, that was my project. And I kind of like really was, because when I started, I came from radio. I was at the point of my career where I had to make the choice of where I was going to go in front of the camera or behind the camera. And at that particular time, there were jobs behind the camera, not in front of the camera so much. And the person who was mentoring me at that time was like, hey, well, you go behind the camera, you can make a little bit more money. It was a no-brainer from that point, and that's how I met Robert.
When I had major surgery about 3 years ago, and during that time, some complications arose. And because of those complications, I had internal bleeding that they didn't find until it was too late. And I had what they call in the medical term, I coded, which means I transitioned, I died. And they had to bring me back. And I guess, by the grace of God, they did bring me back. And during that time, I was in a 2.5, 3 day coma period. During this whole time, being in that coma, I did not have any concept of time. I was animated of suspension. And there was a dark side that I was being pulled to, and there was a light side that I was fighting to get to. Now that force, or that magnetic pull that was pulling me to that dark area, and that's the only way I can describe it, because it just looked dark. And I can see it clearly as it happened just now. I was being pulled to that dark side, and it was like I'd never felt that type of force in my life, and I was fighting with every bit of energy that I had to get to the light that I saw. Now I know that they say when you go to the light, that's when you transition, but maybe that's the dyslexia that I have, that everything is reversed for me. But when I got to that light, it's when I woke up. And when I woke up, my wife and my sister were standing at my bed. And first thing I asked, how long was it? They told me 3 days I was in a coma and I was on life support and they had to take me off and a whole bunch, So that to me reinforced that there is a power much greater than I am, and I'm here for a purpose. And so the purpose that I feel that I'm here for is provide this service for young people. And so whenever I get discouraged or whenever I feel that I just can't do this, I reflect back on that moment when I had to fight to be here. And every day I try to take advantage of being here on earth and doing something positive because I know I was given another chance.
Sit on the board of B-Roll Media and Arts, because we shared that vision.
We launched the Jazz Channel, which was pretty much exclusively jazz, but we obviously had interviews. So we did 40 concerts per summer with all of the top jazz musicians. And of course, he was instrumental in all of that. He set up and coordinated all of that.
To get Missing Vibes as your Skiza tune, dial *811 *924 #.
Skiza, non-nation.
Wins at the European Championship have been few and far between for Romania. Prior to Euro 2024, the tricolours hadn't saluted at the European Championship since June 2000. But after a near quarter-century drought, Romania finally won a game at the Euros, and they did it in some style.
Mortein Doom, with its trusted formulation. It provides protection in seconds.
Yes, coming to you live from the regional police headquarters in Nairobi. So that's Nairobi area, right next to Integrity Center. This is because we have been following incidents where activists Boniface Mwangi, Khalid, as well as Hanifa have been trailed by police officers. They were required to be present at the DCI headquarters earlier on. As it stands right now, about 1:35 p.m., headed for 2 p.m., the three in a convoy of about 5 Subaru Outbacks zoomed out of the DCI headquarters along Kiambu Road and have been brought here at the Nairobi Area Regional Police Command Station. That's where they have been booked in. At least we have seen some lawyers whom we were with on the other side at the DCI headquarters. We have also seen Helen Jerry, wife to activist Boniface Mwangi, also just make our way here to Nairobi Regional Police, Nairobi Area Regional Police Station right here next to the Integrity Center. So we are on standby. We are anticipating at least to hear from the authorities on whether they will be presented to court and if any, what charges they will be charged with. And of course, last week, individuals like Boniface Mwangi were released without any charges. So we also will be on standby just to get to understand whether indeed that particular incident will repeat itself. Earlier on, we did speak to Boniface Mwangi, and he was very clear that tomorrow the protest must go on and the intimidation ought to stop. They had made their way to the DCI headquarters just to make sure that they ask those critical questions on why some bloggers and social media tweets, that what you would say on X, have been what they called abducted. We are also hearing that former Chief Justice Willie Mutunga is also part of those that were arrested and brought here to the Nairobi Regional Police Station. Brian Mushiri, for now, we are on standby, just waiting for more details.
Lakini tu wananchi hawajui wewe ndio peke yako.
Mimi ndio nimewashow. Si ile
1, 2, make check. Checking 1, 2, make. Nice. Tuko sawa? Nice. One, two, make check. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Tuko sawa? No, nilikuwa natafuta. 1, 2, mic check.
begin.
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, we will get to hear from the Cabinet Secretary responsible for the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, just to address some of the ongoing concerns. And we would want to have the country get to take a listen, and also just to generally speak on the state of security of the country. Welcome, Waziri.
Thank you, PS, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for turning up on short notice for this brief press engagement. I will be extremely brief, and unfortunately we will not be able to take any questions, but we will be giving a State of Homeland Security address in the next fortnight. That should give you an opportunity at that time to ask some of the questions related to our national security that could be pertinent at that time. So you'll bear with us for today. We want to restrict ourselves to the topic of the day. The government of Kenya undertakes to all persons within the borders of our country that it will respect, uphold, promote, and fulfill the inalienable constitutional right of every person, peaceably and unarmed, to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to authorities. According to Article 24, 1D of the Constitution, this right, as all other rights, is limited by, among other things, the need to ensure that the enjoyment of this right does not prejudice the rights and freedoms of others. It follows, therefore, that those exercising the Article 37 right to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to public authorities peaceably and unarmed must do so under the following constitutional and legal parameters. 1, they must remain peaceful and unarmed throughout the assembly, the demonstration, the picketing, and the presentation of any petitions to authorities. 2, they must engage in a manner that does not promote violence or riots, because the right in Article 37 is the right to demonstrate. It is not the right to riot. Number 3, they must not breach public order. Number 4, they must not intimidate, harass, or otherwise inconvenience members of the public who are not protesting. Number 4, they must inform the police of their intentions to exercise this right. They must also inform the police of the routes they will take for purposes of providing escorts and ensuring that there is law and order during this constitutional expression. They must also notify the police the timings of their activities. They must stop their activities at sunset or at 6:30 p.m., whichever is earlier, in accordance with the Public Order Act Cap 57 of the laws of Kenya. They must not provoke, attack, injure, or obstruct law enforcement officers or even members of the public. They must also follow the escorts and other guidelines of law enforcement officers to ensure they are protected from non-protesters, they are protected from infiltrators, and they are orderly as they exercise this very fundamental right provided for under the Constitution for every person. They must not obstruct traffic of any kind. Motor vehicle traffic, bicycle traffic, border traffic, etc., etc. They must not obstruct, block, vandalize, or otherwise destroy any private or public property. They must adhere to the laws of Kenya, including the Protected Areas Act that limits access to certain critical infrastructure for national security reasons. And the police will guide them in which areas they cannot access by operation of the law on the protection of critical infrastructure. They must not access critical assets for the supply of power, water, or other social amenities in a manner that is likely to interfere with the enjoyment of these amenities by members of the public. They must not interfere with any private activity by non-protesters, and they must not interfere with road, rail, sea, or air transport in any manner whatsoever. Whatever the issues, whatever the grievances, whatever the matter, the rule of law and public order must be maintained by all persons. For the avoidance of doubt, non-protesters and other members of the public who hold a contrary view to that of protesters are bound by the same limitations, and they must exercise their right to disagree, if at all, in the same manner, in the same circumstances. The national security organs of our country shall remain neutral, apolitical, but firm in enforcing the law of our country, and no form of lawlessness is going to be entertained whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, those who wish to exercise their constitutional right can do so today, tomorrow, every day, because it is their right to do so. But they must also adhere to the rule of law, and they need to make sure that other members of the public who either are not interested in what they are doing or they hold a contrary view are also not inconvenienced or harassed in any manner, including the transportation of the people. In the past, we have seen grave breaches to peace. We have seen people pretending to be protesters, damaging road infrastructure and other amenities built by the taxes and the sweat of the people of Kenya. I dare you to try that. We cannot be a country that condemns violence in the name of exercising human rights. Your right and my right end where the right of the next person starts. I repeat, your right and my right end at the point where the right of the next person starts. Nataka niseme ya kwamba katiba ya Kenya inakubalia mtu yoyote kufanya maandamano ya amani bila kujihami. Lakini katiba hiyo hiyo imesema kwamba wakati mtu yeyote anafurahia haki hii ya kibinadamu ambayo iko katika katiba, ni lazima aheshimu haki za wale watu wengine ambao labda hawahusiki na mambo ambayo anafanya. Kwa hivyo, katika wakati huu tumepata habari ya kwamba kuna wananchi ambao wangetaka kujieleza na kuandamana kwa sababu wanatofautiana na maamuzi fulani ambayo yamefanywa yakiwa maamuzi ya umma. Uhuru wao wa kujieleza uko katika katiba. Vyombo vya usalama vya taifa la Kenya vitawalinda ili wajieleze, waandamane na vile vile wafanye chochote ambacho wanaweza kufanya, ikiwemo kupeleka matakwa yao katika ofisi ama mahali ambazo wangetaka kusikizwa. Lakini wanapofanya hivyo lazima wazingatie katiba na sheria ya nchi ya Kenya. Wasidhulumu wananchi, wasidhulumu ama kuingilia kazi ya walinda usalama. Wasiumize miundo misingi ya taifa la Kenya, na vile vile kuna sheria ambazo zinatumiwa katika sehemu maalum ambazo zimelindwa kisheria kwa sababu ya usalama wa taifa, na maafisa wetu wa polisi watawaelekeza ni wapi na wapi hawawezi kufikia, na ni lazima watii amri ambao watapewa na wale ambao ni walinda usalama watakaowaelekeza. Wakifuata hiyo sheria, wako na uhuru wa kufanya shughuli yao, lakini lazima wakome hiyo shughuli ifikapo saa 12:30 jioni ama jua linapotua, kwa sababu kazi hiyo haiwezi kuendelea kwa giza, kwa sababu polisi wetu na vyombo vya usalama havina uhakika ya kwamba vitalinda wewe kama wewe unaandamana wakati wa giza, kwa sababu ya hali vile itakuwa. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka niwahakikishie kwamba vyombo vya usalama wa taifa vitabaki bila kuwa na misimamo ya kisiasa. Kazi yetu ni kulinda usalama wa taifa letu na kuhakikisha wahalifu na wakora hawatumii sababu zozote kuumiza usalama wetu na kuhujumu amani ya nchi. Kwa hivyo vile vile, kama kuna wananchi wako na maoni tofauti na wale wataandamana, hayo maoni vile vile kama wanataka kutoa wanaweza kuyatoa, lakini lazima wafuate sheria hizo hizo. Wasiwe na silaha, wasivuruge amani, wasihujumu kasi ya walinda usalama, na wasiingie katika sehemu ambazo asiruhusiwi kwa sababu ya kiusalama. Tumeona hapo awali miundo misingi na vifaa ambavyo vimeundwa na jasho na kodi ya wananchi vikiharibiwa, ikiwemo barabara, na hiyo haitaruhusiwa kamwe. Na wale wanafikiri hii ni taarifa tu tunatoa, wajaribu hivyo leo, kesho ama kesho kutwa. We will be extremely firm, fellow Kenyans. It doesn't matter whether you're supporting the demonstrators or you're against the demonstrators. We will treat you as a criminal. And we are going to be very firm and very unapologetic, because we do not want to interfere with our democracy, but at the same time, this country is the only country we have. And the rule of law is the only thing that puts us together and makes us equal and ensures that the weak and the mighty, the big and the small, the powerful and the weak can exercise their freedoms and feel protected under the law. I wish you all the best. Have a good evening. In about a fortnight or so, we will be addressing the nation on the state of our homeland security, on all the issues from A to Z. As I promised last year, we will be holding regular public accountability forums to tell the people of Kenya where we are, the challenges we are facing, the achievements we have made, and where we think we need to improve, as a way of opening up security as a public good to scrutiny, accountability, and public oversight. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.